I've been given a task to request ukuthi spread all over the place because there's still another 5 buses that are coming.
Amandla. Amandla. Travela avuxeni, goeiemôre, good morning, molweni, sanbonani, dumelang. The back of South African workforce, our elders, our parents, our brothers, our sisters, fellow South Africans, the Bishop, Verreyn, Professor Senukwane, your colleagues, and the keynote speaker this morning, the president of AMCU, Mr. Joseph Matunjwa, as well as the office bearers of AMCU. Good morning to you and welcome. My name is Tim Modisa. I'm here to facilitate the day's proceedings. I don't bring you any particular message or advice on how the unions must be run or how mining must operate in the country, or who's wrong or who's right, but it's to make sure that we have a useful and constructive dialogue as we commemorate for the 14th time the Marikana Massacre, something that we know is a tragedy that is a blot on the democratic era of our beloved country. The theme for today is bullets were faster than economic emancipation. Note the topic. Bullets were faster than economic emancipation, and that is what is going to be probed for the most part of today. I'm going to call on Mr. N.F. Bale of UNISA. He's the safety officer here to tell us more about the security issues and safety issues, as well as give us directions of where the facilities are. And also to note that Ms. Tuli Zikalala and Mrs. Nobile Mtweni are the ones who are doing the sign language communication for us today. Also to note that this session is being broadcast on Tshwane TV. It's live, so if you do something that's not so cool, you must know that there will be people who are watching you sitting somewhere at home, so put on your best behavior as much as you can. I know we are starting a bit late, but I'm going to make sure that we do everything according to time. But the key thing is that this is time for us to reflect, time to discuss, time to engage, and hopefully leave this session better informed people and with better attitudes and approaches to how we resolve our problems. Mr. Bale.
Thanks. Good morning, President, Prof. Senukwane, and the Bishop and colleagues. Yes, I am Freddy Bale. I'm the operational manager within the security division of UNISA. I'm with Mr. John Dlamini, who is also the fellow manager. We are here to highlight about the issue of the OHS. As we are fully aware that it is the duty of the employer, the owner of the business, to provide the health and safety environment for everyone who is within the building. Feel free, and I usually say that this place is as safe as in heaven. He usually argued with me that, have you ever been in heaven? You are bragging about, yes, Bishop, my final destination will be heaven. Colleagues, our assembly points are right outside the building. After the stairs, we have two of them, right straight down here and around the corner. Our abolition facilities are right outside on my left-hand side. We'll start with the ladies' one, and the second one is the gents' one. And they can be found at each and every floor within this building. The clinic is just at the third floor. The clinic is at the third floor, and if we encounter any emergency situation at all, we have our control room which is catering for the entire university. And the numbers of our control rooms, no, they are as follows. Is 012, which is Pretoria's code 429 6666 stroke 3585. Or for Freddie Barles 073 0099 420. And for Mr. Dlamini is 083 663 2236. I thank you, colleagues. Let's enjoy it. Oh, I did forget about the issue of the emergency exit settle. If you look at the back there, we can see all two emergency exit settle. All of them are ending up at the third floor. I thank you.
Thank you, Dade Freddy Bale. And we're going to get the band to assist us with the music, or we'll provide it ourselves. I know that we do have a strong choir here. And I think, let me leave it to Amku to make sure that we get going. I would like. Thank you. I'm now going to call on a veteran in the struggle for justice and human rights in South Africa, a spiritual leader of good standing, whose reputation precedes him, highly respected person who understands and understood even then the situation on the ground in Marikana, who has been involved in so many difficult situations in our country, and through spirituality has given counseling to many, many communities. Bishop Paul Verrein, please come forward to say a prayer and give us word of devotion. Ke a leboha.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to read two passages to you. The first will be in Mark, chapter 15. And reading from verse 33. At the 6th hour, darkness came over the whole land until the 9th hour. And at the 9th hour, Jesus cried out in a loud voice, Eloi, Eloi, lama sabachthani, which means, my God, why have you forsaken me? When some of those standing near heard this, they said, listen, he's calling Elijah. One man ran, filled a sponge with wine vinegar, put it on a stick, and offered it to Jesus to drink. Now, leave him alone. Let's see if Elijah comes to take him down, he said. With a loud cry, Jesus breathed his last. The curtain of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, And when the centurion who stood there in front of Jesus heard his cry and saw how he died, he said, "Surely this man was the Son of God." Some women were watching from a distance. Among them were Mary Magdalene, Mary, the mother of James the younger, and of Joseph, and Salome. In Galilee, these women had followed him and cared for his needs. Many other women who had come up with him to Jerusalem were also there. And then I want to read to you from Micah, my people, in chapter 6, and from verse 3. My people, what have I done to you? How have I burdened you? Answer me. I brought you up out of Egypt and redeemed you from the land of slavery. I sent Moses to lead you, also Aaron and Miriam. My people, remember what Balak, king of Moab, counseled, and what Balaam, son of Beor, answered. Remember your journey from Shittim to Gilgal, that you may know the righteous acts of the Lord. With what shall I come before the Lord and bow down before the exalted God? Shall I come before him with burnt offerings, with calves a year old? Will the Lord be pleased with thousands of rams, with 10,000 rivers of oil? Shall I offer my firstborn for my transgression, the fruit of my body for the sin of my soul? He has showed you, O man, what is good. And what does the Lord require of you? To act justly, to love mercy, and to walk humbly with your God. The word of the Lord. As we gather in this commemoration, we gather in a nation that still struggles for justice. What happened at Marikana essentially was a call for justice. It was a plea that the riches that came from the soil in Marikana could be shared decently, equally, with the people who were mining the riches. And it does seem odd, if you don't mind me saying that a flashback to Sharpeville happened on that day. And what was Sharpeville about? Sharpeville was about passes and laws that discriminated. And what was Marikana about? Marikana was about financial discrimination, quite frankly. And you may say to me, you shouldn't be preaching politics. Well, I won't apologize. Because our worship of God, our love, our passion for God cannot be divorced from justice, fairness, truth. We're still struggling. On the 29th of June, people who didn't have passes to be in this country were chased. Some of them are still at some of the consulates and embassies, waiting to be transported back to their home countries. Some of them are our ancestors. I don't think that, with due respect to God, he is clear about who is black, who is white, who is South African, who is Zimbabwean, who is Malawian. I think God's confused about borders, quite frankly. But he is desperately, desperately serious about our dignity. I stand in a tradition where the most dignified moment of that church's tradition is a cross. And so we come to Marikana in great humility, because it's another kind of cross, where people, and let me say this very clearly, unnecessarily lost their lives. All of us have to examine ourselves. I read an article last week by a good academic who said development, not deportation. And now I want to speak about something that I really know nothing about, so forgive me. I have a suspicion that there's enough work in this country for everyone. I think that there's enough money in this country so that no one should go to bed hungry at night. That's what I think. I think that there is the possibility in each and every one of us to be generous. And let me remind you that in the New Testament and in the Old Testament, the word generosity is connected to wisdom, and stinginess is connected to foolishness. There's enough generosity in this country to make a gigantic change to the squalor in an informal settlement. And I do hope that as we come today to remember Marikana again, we will not leave this place pacified by our religious formulations, but we will become activists to ignite the conscience of this country until we come to the point when we cannot go to sleep at night remembering the hungry child on a street corner of Johannesburg. May our liberation have integrity, not just, at the moment, a meaningless constitution. Amen. Let us pray. O God, in a moment of silence, we bring into this place the lives of those who gave everything for justice, for a fair share in the wealth, the abundant wealth of this nation. We thank you that we know that as their bodies lay in the dust, many of them having been hunted down like animals, you saw. And you forbid us to forget. Because you understood at a profound level the pain of their humiliation. The empty spaces that they've left in the lives of their growing children. The grief that their spouses have experienced that we have not seen. The loneliness that words cannot solve. Accompany those who mourn still. But, Lord, help us to leave this place with a new vision, with a determination that from that place of pain, we will take different decisions that will be merciful, that will be humble, that will be kind, that will begin a new day, a truly new day for these children, where we see the orphan, know the widow, care for the stranger, feed the hungry, heal the broken. In the name of Jesus. Amen.
Bishop Verain, thank you very much for your words of reflection, as well as the words of wisdom. I'm now going to call on Professor Bibi Senokwane, the Executive Director, Acting Department Institutional Advancement here at UNISA, to welcome us all. Prof.
Good morning. Let me first start by acknowledging the program director and Adeti Mudise, the sign language interpreters Tuli Zigalala Ngobile Mhlweni, the president of AMCU, Mr. Matunja, and members of the national and regional office bearers of AMCU, officials from the various regions, our eminent Bishop Paul Verey, widows, survivors, and injured of the Marikana Massacre, members of the panels of discussion, legal fraternity, SERI, our entertainers, Abafana Bengoma, members of the media present, members of UNISA community, members of AMCU in attendance here today, distinguished members of the audience, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to UNISA. While speaking about the 14th commemoration of the Marikana Massacre, titled "Bullets Were Faster Than Economic Emancipation," I'm sure that there is a confusion. I'm sure that there's no confusion on why a request to host and an agreement to the request. In the preamble of the 1997 Higher Education Act, we confirm that the higher education exists to, I quote, pursue excellence, promote the full realization of the potential of every student and employee, tolerance of ideas and appreciation of diversity, unquote. It is for this reason a university is said to be a public space open to the city. According to Hannah Arendt's 1906 to 1975, a public space is where human beings fully realizes themselves, transcending the condition of a mere living beings to become political beings. In his work, Politics, or titled Politics, Aristotle states that the human beings are by nature political animals. He insists that man is either a political animal, in bracket, the natural state, or an outcast like a bird which flies alone. Public spaces as a thinking space reframes urban malls, parks, streets, or even pubs from mere transit corridors of commercialized zones into cognitive arenas. It treats the shared environment as an extension of human mind, fostering collective reflection, democratic discourse, and psychological relief. It is in these public spaces where citizens test ideas, process information, and regulate moods. Today we gather here to commemorate the Latin verb commemorare, meaning to call to mind. A call to mind explores how we remember, perceive, and experience consciousness. It asks whether thoughts are purely physical brain events or part of a separate mental realm. Perhaps this raises a question of dualism argued by René Descartes, that the mind and body are made completely of different substances, the non-physical thinking self and physical matter. As I conclude, there is no dispute that universities are memorial spaces dedicated to remembering complex or painful past, acknowledge histories of social injustice, honor indigenous histories, remember dispossessed communities, etc. Indeed, we are a commemorative landscape. Welcome to UNISA, the University of the land belonging to the citizens in the diversity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Senokwane, for welcoming us warmly and also with some food for thought. I'm now going to call on Abafana Bengoma. Are they on standby? Abafana Bengoma. All right. Okay, we'll be having a live performance, a short performance, but before we get to that, let me call on the General Secretary of AMCU, Dr. Jeffrey Mpahlelo, to please come forward and welcome us all.
Amandla. Amandla. Viva UNISA, viva. Viva AMCU, viva. Thank you. My name is Jeff Mpahlele. the General Secretary of AMCO. I am here to do an opening remark, as we have already been welcomed in this place by Professor Senukwane. I want to start by saying or recognizing the Vice Chancellor, Professor Likabula, and your team, the Vice Chancellor and the Principal, Professor Likabula, and your team, and especially thanks to you, sir, Professor Senukwane, for making this event a possibility. Staff members of UNISA, students, both academic and non-academic, you are also recognized. And our President, Comrade Joseph Matunjo, and your team, I recognize you as well this morning. Distinguished guests and colleagues and researchers, we gather today not merely to look back at a calendar or a calendar date, but to systematically confront a structural rupture in our democratic fabric, elevating the memory of Marikana into the academic fold. I am pleased by your introduction, Professor Senukwane, to say that these halls or this institution is not just to celebrate daily activities, but to look into realities of what is happening in our society and communities. May I borrow a quotation from Mark Twain when he discussed the purpose? He said, purpose, there are two most important days in life of a human being. That is the day when you were born and the day when you find your purpose in life. This famous quote captures the essence of finding personal meaning, showing how a clear and direct transforms an ordinary, that is ordinary life, into an intentional journey. As we commemorate this Marikana event or massacre, we want to place on record that this has been not an easy journey, but at the end of the day, it was worth it. Program Director, esteemed faculty, student body, when we bring Marikana into the lecture halls and research journal, we are choosing to look into the mirror of our post-apartheid era, to canonize Marikana within academic structures, or to canonize Marikana into academic scholars, is to recognize it not as an anomaly, but as a symptom of deeper systematic failures, where state policy, global capital, and socio-economic inequality violently collided. So the task of scholars is to deconstruct. The task of scholars is to deconstruct the mechanisms that canonize this tragedy to happen through an objective research, and thus is to make sure that this event or this tragedy does not happen again. I think our president will further shed light and elucidate the minds so that we have a correct perspective told in our times by ourselves as AMCO. And the students and panelists will then entertain us with questions, engaging furthermore into this perspective after the president has laid out the meaning of what happened. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jeff Mpahlele, for your remarks. And shortly, I will be calling on the AMCU president, Dr. Joseph Matunjwa, to come forward. But I think at this time, we can have one piece, one interlude musical performance. And thereafter, we will call on the president to come to the podium through song. But let's listen to one short performance of music. Thanks very much. Beautiful performance. And can we give a strong AMKU spirited song as we call on Ntate Joseph Matunjwa to come and give us the keynote speech?
Thank you, thank you. Mandla Matimba Qina msebenzi qina Mayibuye iSouth Africa mayibuye Mawubuye umnotho wase South Africa mawubuye Long live the spirit of Comrade Mambush, long live. Long live the spirit of Marikana 34, long live. Qina member AMCO qina. Ndiyabulela. Ngokuhloniphekile mandiqale ndibulise omama esingabo apha. Sithi sibulise ngenkulu inhlonipho kanye nabasebenzi abasinda kwesasihelegu sapha eMarikana kanye futhi nabasebenzi abasahamba amacala ngaphansi kohulumende wentando yengcosana not yeninzi. The program director, the widows and the families of the massacred workers, the injured and the arrested, AMCO National Office bearers, comrades, colleagues and friends, all protocol observed. The context of today, the program director, our theme this year, bullets were faster than economic emancipation, captures the painful contradiction at the heart of the Marikana Massacre. Those who should have protected workers and upheld the Constitution were quick to mobilize the machinery of the state against striking mine workers. Yet they were painfully slow to advance the economic emancipation, dignity and equality promised to those same workers. 14 years later, we have gathered not only to remember those who were killed, but also to confront what their deaths revealed about the character of our democracy. If you are not a brother's keeper, you are a brother's killer. In the book of Genesis, chapter 4, verse 10 to 12, the Lord said to Cain, "What have you done? Listen, your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. The blood of the massacred workers of Lone Min, now Sibanye Stillwater, still cries out from the ground. The blood cries out for truth. It cries out for justice. It cries out for accountability. It cries out for economic emancipation for which those workers stood. Just as Cain became a restless wanderer, the political consequences of the Marikana Massacre continue to follow those who presided over that period. The political language of concomitant action remains enhedged into the history of Marikana Massacre. It cannot be erased by the passage of time, political promotion, or carefully managed public relations. The ANC received 57.50% of the national vote in 2019. By 2024, its support had fallen to just over 40%, and it lost its national majority. The ANC fascist state that killed workers at Marikana to protect the interest of the foreign direct investors, or as we call them, foreign direct thieves, now faces a profound crisis of legitimacy. South Africa has become a theater of commissions of inquiry. From the Falam Commission of Omission, as I call it, to the Zondo Commission. From Madlanga Commission to Kambembe Commission. Commissions after commission has exposed the weakness of our institutions. Evidence is heard, reports are written, recommendations are made. Yet accountability remains painfully slow, particularly when the victims and the poor and the working class. Once again, the process moves slowly. But the bullets moved quickly. Even in August, women, a month, let us not forget the gender-based violence and the femicide. Last year, President Cyril Ramaphosa has announced that a gender-based violence and femicide had been classified as a national disaster. The classification is justified, but it carries bitter irony. Gender-based violence did not suddenly become a disaster when the state formally declared it to be one. It became a disaster because the institution that should orderly protect women and children repeatedly failed to do so. Police stations failed the survivors, investigations failed, prosecution failed, court and support services becoming overwhelmed, while perpetrators acted with growing impunity. A functioning state should not have to classify the routine fulfillment of its constitutional duties as a disaster before its institution began to respond with agency. The declaration, therefore, exposes not only the scale of violence against women and children, but also failure of the system to address that violence through the normal machinery. The Marikana Massacre was a class massacre. The media did little to expose the failures of the state or the ANC betrayal of the South Africa's working class. Too much of the reporting accepted the framing of the mine workers as a disorderly and dangerous crowd instead of asking what had driven them to the copy. Mine workers have always drawn the short straw. They sacrifice their health, their safety to extract the country's minerals wealth, yet they remain excluded from the fair share of the wealth they create. They sacrifice their lungs, they sacrifice their families. Too often they sacrifice their lives. Yet when they demand a living wage, they are told that their demands are unreasonable and that the economy cannot afford their dignity. The Marikana Massacre was the second Sharpeville Massacre. Once again, people were sacrificed because they were committed to building a better future for themselves and their children. The Marikana Massacre fundamentally a class issue. These workers were regarded as a rural, unsophisticated, unimportant, uneducated citizen. Their lives did not carry the same value as the lives of those within the political and economic elite. What happened was not simply a mistake or a police operation that went tragically wrong. It was a consequence of an operation that had been planned and authorized at the highest level of the state. These armored vehicles, these automatic rifles loaded with live ammunition, the mobilization of the technical units of the state, the preparation of the mortuary vehicles to pick up the corpse or the bodies of the dead. This overwhelming show of force against workers demanding a living wage. The message was unmistakable. Nobody will be allowed to disrupt the political and economic status quo. We must therefore ask, what is the difference between the brutality of the apartheid state and the classist and the elitist brutality exercised under the ANC government to protect the investment of capital? The uniforms and political slogan and the flags have changed, but what comfort did that offer the workers confronted with the live ammunition? Much of the media appeared unwilling to look beneath the surface, interrogating our democracy or analyze the political and economic interest that converge at Marikana. The massacre treated as a breakdown in public order instead of what it represented to the working class, a profound betrayal. It was also a message to every member of the working class. This is how you will be dealt with if you challenge established order. The rand reportedly strengthened in immediate aftermath. Business continued as usual. The markets were reassured by the blood of our brothers and sisters. The lives of the workers were apparently less important than protecting the investment and preserving the economic stability for those who already possess the wealth of South Africa. Those who wielded power, effectively telling their political and economic handlers that anybody who threatened to prevailing system of accumulation will be dealt with. There was no sustained demand from the centers of economic power for the president to be impeached or to resign because workers had been massacred. Under his presidency, yet when rating agencies and the financial market speaks, their concerns are treated as the matters of national agency. We witnessed this double standard during the presidency of Mr. Jacob Zuma, the former state president. The massacre of workers did not provoke the same mobilization from influential section of the society as the later controversies involving the Gupta family and the redirection of economic patronage. When the proverbial cheese was moved away from an established table, it suddenly became a crisis that demanded immediate action. This shows South Africa just how cheaply the life of the mine worker was valued. The massacre exposed the betrayal of our democracy. No matter how painful it is to acknowledge, it took the blood of the workers to expose the hollowness of the democracy, yet we also failed them. We failed to use their sacrifice and opportunity to look inward. We failed to confront the nature of our political system. We failed to reconsider the electoral arrangement through which the power is acquired and exercised. It was not only workers who were killed at Marikana. A part of South Africa's future was murdered with them. The massacre exposed the condition in which corruption, political interference, institutional decay, and the abuse of public power could flourish. The concern now being examined through the Madlanga Commission, following the grave public allegation made by the Lieutenant General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, did not emerge from nowhere. The Marikana Massacre had already warned us that something was deeply rotten within the relationship between political authority, economic power, and the institution of the state. Instead of listening to the mine workers, the society ridiculed them. They were dismissed as uneducated mine workers. They were asked how they could expect to earn more than teachers. Their demand of 12,500 a month was treated as unreasonable and even absurd. But those workers understood something that many educated commentators refused to acknowledge. They understand that the minerals wealth of South Africa was being extracted through their labor while they had their families remain trapped in abject poverty. They understood that percentage increase on poverty wages will preserve their poverty. They understood that the political freedom without economic power will never amount to genuine liberation. Little did they know, their critics acknowledged these workers were disturbing a dinner that had been prepared since Codesa for the established capital and the emerging of political connected BE or triple BE elite. Their demands was about far more than a monthly wage. It challenged an economic settlement under which political power could change hands while the ownership of distribution of the country's wealth remained substantially undisturbed. Painfully as it was, the Marikana Massacre exposed the possibility that our celebrated democracy had become a decoy. Political freedom without economic emancipation, constitutional promises without material dignity, voting rights without a meaningful redistribution of power and wealth. As South Africans, However, we fail to use the painful experience to reflect critically of the government of the day. We fail to turn the Marikana Massacre into a moment of capable disrupting the status quo and establishing a new political agenda for resetting South Africa. We could have begun a serious national discussion about a system in which the president is elected directly by the people and accountable to them. We could have considered a more federal arrangement in which provinces enjoy greater autonomy and authority to determine how they are governed and how their resources are utilized. Whether or not we ultimately adopted these models, the Marikana Massacre should at least have compelled us to ask whether our existing system provides sufficient accountability. Instead, many people choose to vilify the workers. They were called uneducated. They were accused of disrupting democracy. Their legitimate demands for economic dignity was portrayed as a threat to the country. Even sections of academia looked the other way and avoided a serious introspection about the character of our democracy. Too few were willing to ask what Mambush and his comrade were exposing before they were massacred. The institutional rot now being discussed publicly did not begin yesterday. The Marikana Massacre revealed it, but too many people were complacent, compromised, or simply unwilling to look more deeply. The Constitution did not protect the Marikana workers. The Lonmin Massacre, now Sibanye Stillwater, was no less significant than Sharpeville. At Sharpeville, people resisted the past laws and the machinery of racial oppression. At Marikana, mine workers stood for economic emancipation and dignity. The circumstances differed, but the underlying warning was painfully similar. When ordinary people challenge an unjust order, the state answered them with bullets. The Marikana Massacre was an opportunity for South Africa to examine whether the government was genuinely a democratic government. We speak proudly of having one of the most advanced constitutions in the world. But where were the constitutional rights of these workers on the 16th of August 2012? The Constitution could not protect them from the bullets. At that decisive moment, it could not withstand the interest of the ruling and economic elite. Our constitutional democracy has been unable to dismantle the continuing economic legacy of colonialism and imperialism. It has failed to break the shackles that continue to bind the working class to poverty and exploitation and exclusion. The Constitution proclaims that everyone has the right to life. Yet, that right appeared not to apply to the mine workers at Marikana. The right to life is afforded to accused murderers. It afforded to rapists. It is afforded to hard criminals. They are arrested, brought before a court, and given an opportunity to answer the charges against them. The Lonmin mine workers were afforded no such opportunity. They were treated as guilty and sentenced to death without being charged. Without standing before a court, and without being given an opportunity to defend themselves. That is the betrayal we must confront. While the guns were pointed at the striking workers at Lonmin, the country was already being hollowed out by illicit financial flows, corruption, and criminal justice system that too often failed the working class. Years later, those failures remained with us. Until today, the National Prosecuting Authority, NPA, did not arrest a single person, in particular those who are in high office of politics. Conclusion, what does remembrance demand of us? Program Director, the memorial lecture must do more than remember the dead. If remembrance changes nothing, it risks becoming another annual ritual through which the living relive their conscience while the conditions that they produce the massacre remain intact. We must therefore ask, what does it mean to remember the Marikana Massacre? Does it mean gathering once a year, laying wreaths, making speeches, and then returning to business as usual? Or does it mean confronting the political and economic system that has enabled the Marikana Massacre possible? The martyrs of the Marikana Massacre did not die because they failed to understand the economy. They died because they understood it very well. They understood it that those who create wealth do not necessarily share in it. They understood that the constitutional rights mean little when workers remain trapped in poverty. They understood that the political democracy without economic emancipation leaves the basic structure of power untouchable. Their demand of 12,500 was therefore not an act of ignorance. It was an act of political clarity. It asked a question that South Africa has still not answered. Who is this economy for? Lo mnotho kungaba obani? Okanye obani abanikazi bomnotho wase South Africa? Is it for those who own the mines? Is it for those who finance political campaigns? Ababantu abanikeza as political parties izimali ukuba basiconfuse njengoba kuyiwa kuma-election, kungaba lo mnotho ubelonga kubona, kungaba kungowabo. It is for multi-international cooperation that remove wealth from the country. Is it for the political connected elite that accumulates wealth in the name of transformation? Or it is for the workers whose labor creates the wealth? The Marikana Massacre warns us that the Constitution cannot defend itself. Institutions cannot repair themselves. Democracy cannot sustain itself through promises alone. This thing survives only when citizens, workers, academics, students, communities, and leaders are prepared to defend their substance rather than merely praise their form. To the academics gathered here today, the Marikana Massacre asks whether knowledge will remain safely within the lecture halls and the journals or whether it will use to challenge the power. To the political leaders, the Marikana Massacre asks whether public office will serve the society or private interest. To the capital, the Marikana Massacre asks whether profit will continue to be valued above human dignity. To the media, the Marikana Massacre asks whether it will mainly report events or interrogate the forces that produce them. To the working class, the Marikana Massacre asks whether we will remain divided or organize ourselves into a force capable of changing the political and economic order. And to the every South Africans, the Marikana Massacre asks whether we are satisfied with a democracy in which the right to vote is protected, but the right to live with dignity remains beyond the reach of the millions. We must remember that those workers did not gather at Kopi because they wanted to die. They gathered because they wanted to live. They wanted wages that could sustain their families. They wanted homes fit for human beings. They wanted their children to inherit something better than poverty. They wanted recognition as a human beings whose labor aspiration lives mattered rather. The bullets were faster than economic emancipation. But 14 years later, the question is no longer only why the bullets move so quickly. The question is why justice, accountability, and economic emancipation has continued to move so slowly. History will not judge us only by what happened at Marikana on the 16th of August 2012. History will judge us by what we did after we understood that the Marikana Massacre had revealed. Will future generations say that the massacre awakened South Africa? Or will they say that we mourn the workers, praise their courage, and then allow the system that killed them to continue unchanged? That is the question this memorial lecture must live with. That is the question that must follow us from this hall. That is the question we must answer through what we do next. May we all stand and observe the moment of silence for the martyrs of Marikana. Thank you. You may be seated. The struggle for justice continues. The struggle for dignity continues. The struggle for economic emancipation continues. The bullets move faster. But the bullets did not kill the struggle. Aluta continua. Amandla! Maubuye umnotho wase South Africa maubuye. Mauwe umbuso wabacindezeli mauwe. Mauwe umbuso wama gatekeepers mauwe. Qina msebenzi qina. Unite working class unite. Unite working class against gangsterism unite. Comrade, as I'm about to leave this podium, we have to reset South Africa as a working class. The status quo cannot continue as it is. You are enough. you are enough to make a change. The same power you had in 1994 to bring down the nationalist government, you still have this power to bring down this elite political masquerading as a revolutionaries. We've got a bloated parliament, but there is no service delivery. We've got all the ministries that you can think of. We at the mine, Prof, at the age of 63, if you are working underground, you have to take retirement. You are forced. On surface, at the age of 65, you have to take retirement. Then the question is, in the parliament, they are employed by us, but they are sitting over 8 years in that parliament. Why can't we call the same? Because are paid by us. That parliament is bloated. 8 million South African young, educated graduates sitting at home without work. What about getting those old grannies, grandfathers, crooks out of that parliament and take this young graduate to lead the country? What stopped us? What stopped us? They've seen the day. What are they sitting there for? To do corruptions. Some of the political parties are the crime scene, but we're still paying them every month with our hard-earned mine workers. That pays you earn that you labor for underground in a 30 degrees Celsius, very confined space, facing death minute by minute, is supporting criminals in that parliament. We will call Section 77 to stop the economy of this country. That parliament must be disbanded. That parliament must be disbanded. We cannot continue the country be led by commissions. If the president cannot lead the country, let him step down. Let's elect the president that will lead us into the greener pasture. Amandla! Amandla! Qina msebenzi, qina! Amandla is in your hand. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Where's the band? They're supposed to be on stage already. O re tlele.
President Joseph Matunja, your message and speech landed very well, as we can tell, with the enthusiastic response to your remarks. Babereki ba go utlwile. The people who carry the South African economy on their backs sacrifice so much, and some want to push their way into the system in order to make their contributions. Understand you fully. You have raised provocative issues and questions that need to be responded to so that we can also think through what the AMCU president said when he was here. Unlike Bishop Verheyen, who may give us the words of spiritual wisdom and leave them to us to see what we do with them, Joseph Matunja was asking us to reflect on specific points in his speech, and he actually singled out specific members or communities within our broader society to respond to the question of economic emancipation. As the theme itself says, bullets were faster than economic emancipation, but the bigger questions were, what are we going to do about the specific things that were being raised here by the President, Joseph Matunja? So we do want to respond. The university itself, UNISA, has lined up some of its members to come here and speak. We will also have a couple of speakers from AMCU as well as from the legal fraternity to come here and talk to us. And therefore, I'm taking this opportunity to invite the panelists to come forward. Let me start with Mayor Nokutula Matonse, who's a lawyer by training and a student here, master student in law at the University of UNISA. If you can please come forward and take your seat. I would like to call on Dr. Lehasa Moloi of the Development Studies here at UNISA to also come forward. Mr. Stanley Namakota, a PhD student in sociology, to come forward. Mr. Putuma Manyati, Tate Putuma Manyati, Deputy President of AMCU. You are also a member of the panel. Mr. Christa Janse van Rensburg, Development Secretary of AMCU, please come forward. Tate Dalimpofu SC is also here. A bit more Falam Commission or what was going down. It was very much part of it. All right. We're going to get on with the discussion. And I'm going to ask those who are not attached to AMCU to give me their own summaries or take on what they understood the president of AMCU to be saying with the points that he raised what their overall responses are, and we'll be specific now with questions after that. And let me start with you, Mr. Stanley Namakota. What did the Joseph Matunjwa message or keynote speech mean to you? What was your takeaway there?
Thank you so much. Amandla. Amandla. Thank you so much. I think the president has said it very loud and clear, and I think the message is about progressive development from pain to purpose. For me, I think the message is about integrating our societal understanding towards the emancipation and the development of a new South Africa that all of us can imagine and live in. So the president has raised pertinent issues, and one of the biggest issues that I've taken from the president's speech is the responsibility that institution of higher learning have, and in this regard points to us as UNISA. What kind of interrogations do we have about the occurrence of Marikana? And what kind of learning, what kind of memories do we want to actually remember going forward? Do we want to build? Do we want to live beyond in sorrow? Do we want to have questions forever? Or do we want to develop a society that even the generation to come will learn from the experiences and enjoy the effort we've made to correct them in the future? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stanley. Ntate Moloi, I'm aware you were here, you listened to him very carefully, you took notes. What's your take?
Thank you very much. Using the philosophical lenses of decoloniality and Afrocentricity, deconstructing South Africa as a post-colony and a heap of a mess born out of series of historical violences, which propels me to argue that black people in South Africa are not South Africans, but they were included into South Africa, which then leaves the question, what is South Africa? And I think Marikana, it's a reverberation of the waves of the series of wars that are anti-African, that began with the rise of modern Europe, that reached their apex in the Berlin Conference of 1884, 1885, and that manifested themselves from then until 2012 as a continuation of the ancestral spirit that reaches out, that refuses to die. Now, the critical question that he's asking us: do we have a political mask that hides imperialistic forces in the form of the black images? That raises the question of Fanon. Are the politicians that we have, are our politicians? Or are they a representation of a mask of something else that is hidden in the background? And then we will deal with the skeletons of the past coming to life. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lahasa Moloi. Ms. Nokutula Matonzi, several points were being raised, some of a constitutional nature, democratic institutions, and so on. Your take?
Amandla. Amandla. Greetings, comrades and friends. I am going to touch on the most important aspect that the president has mentioned. He spoke of the right to life. And for me, that landed very homely, because it spoke of the fact that the government at the time, or the state at the time, did not regard or grossly violated the right to life against the people of Marikana. And the reason why I'm touching on that is because of how he extensively then went on and delved on the fact that they were treated guilty even when they were never prosecuted. And that is grossly unjust to the people of Marikana, the families of those people of Marikana. And that is the take that I have actually captured from that. And the fact that the National Prosecution Act has not even a single day, prosecuted the people that violated the lives and taken the bread out of the families of the people of Marikana. And I find it very unjust by the NPA to have never even a single day, even though there were arrests and prosecution, but as of today, there's never been any arrest towards the people who have broken the law and have actually came and redone what the apartheid system has done to our people. And also, what I have taken from his keynote speech is the fact that the people of Marikana did not go to Marikana to die. They went to Marikana to live. For me, that will forever be embedded in my heart, because that speaks of every single person that wakes up every day and go to work. None of those people that go to work to die. They go to work to better their lives, go to work to better the lives of their families, the lives of their children and the women that they've left behind. And that the state have taken away. And that is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I made some notes here, and of course, also we'll be referring to the speech itself in a moment. I'm pleased that Dalimpofu Senior Counsel is here with us, and he also made submissions at the Falam Commission, which was, it was an inquest or commission? A commission ultimately. But I heard the president of AMCU, Joseph Matunjwa, repeatedly say that he's not happy with the accountability. And I'm trying to look at what he said from the point of view of the state or the government, as well as the mining people, that at least some compensation was paid. And on that basis, that may be regarded as sufficient justice. But there is unhappiness about that outcome, that there's no accountability, that people were not held accountable by way of prosecution. Can you please comment on what the expectation was in terms of the prosecution of which people? The ones who were on the ground on the day, the ones in charge, the ones who own the mine? What is the general expectation?
Thank you, Pratim. Amandla. Awethu. Shaba. Awethu. Yeah. No, thank you, Pratim. I think firstly, my comment will be on the message that President Matunjwa was giving us, particularly from the legal side. I've always said that there is no struggle that will be won by lawyers and courts and that kind of thing. The struggle will be won by the people themselves, as was demonstrated in Marikana. And that goes to the question of the shortcomings of something like a commission of inquiry. President Matunjwa spoke about whether is the government in charge or are the commissions in charge. Let me just explain that a commission of inquiry by definition has got limitations. So we engage in these things just to expose, because if we did not participate in the commission of inquiry, the plan was actually to arrest the workers themselves and to say the workers killed, they are the ones who killed those 34 people. You'll remember where it started is that 200 workers were arrested and put to Harankua and charged with murder, and we had to go and bail them out. So the Falam Commission did not really expose the real story behind the massacre. We explained to them that the root of the problem was the collaboration between the police and the capital. And it was clear from all the evidence that that was the root cause, but Falam thought it was something more superficial. Secondly, it's 14 years now, and some of the compensation, particularly to the widows who are sitting here, and the children, and some of the survivors, still has not been paid. Yes, it's true that a lot of the cases have been resolved, but the fact that we still have, even if it is 1 or 2 cases, 14 years later, shows the shortcomings of the legal process. So I think the message is that we must unite as people and fight against the system. And let me just say this, one of the most brilliant things that the workers did before they went to the copy in Marikana was to say, let us all go, whether you are a member of AMCU, whether you are a member of NUM, whether you are not a member of any union. The struggle for 12,500 is affecting all of us. And they went there as workers. Actually, there was a rule there that you were not allowed to wear your union T-shirt at the copy because of that unity. And that's what made the success. And I think we must give the leaders of that action a round of applause. Because this current system is fooling us with political parties and this and that, and then what is the color of my T-shirt, whereas we're just being oppressed as black people. So until one day we wake up and realize that we must unite and fight the enemy. Thereafter, we can have the luxury of a pink T-shirt or a yellow T-shirt or a blue T-shirt or whatever. But for now, we need to unite because there's only one color that unites us. It's this one, not the color of the T-shirt. So that's the second message that we got from Marikana. Coming to the question of prosecutions. Ours was that there should be prosecutions across the board, right from the people who ordered the massacre, starting with the current president, who wrote a letter and said that these workers are criminals. We must call the army and the police. That's what he said in an email. And we said, when you say call the army is not for playing or hugging people. The army is a machine for killing people. So when you say call the army, it means you are saying these people must be killed. And therefore it started right there. Went right to, as I say, some of the generals. Remember there was something called the JOC, which was inside Lonmin premises, like a police station inside the Lonmin premises. So if that doesn't show you the collaboration, then nothing can show you the collaboration. And then there were the people who gave the command there next to Lapang Asesbayin, when they knew that people were trying to come out, actually to run away because they were being closed off. But they stood there with machine guns, literally waiting for them, trapping them, and kill them with machine guns. So even the people who gave the orders, but we even said even the foot soldiers, the ones who pulled the trigger, should have been identified. Until today, we don't know who are those people. We know them, we see them on television, but what are their names? Why did they do that? Who told them to do that? Mm-hmm. And the people who ordered ambulances and mortuary vans before the thing even happened means that they knew that people were going to be killed. So those people belong in jail and in orange overalls. Thank you very much.
No, thanks very much. And I'm going to take questions from you later on, but for now, let's probe some of the questions that were posed by the AMCU president in the keynote speech. But let me go to AMCU, office bearers who are here, because it's 14 years down the line, and I can imagine Christa Janse van Rensburg, there are people who are saying this matter has been engaged with for a reasonable amount of time and things have happened and we're moving on in South Africa. Why must we keep on going back to this incident? What do we hope to gain from that? Why is AMCU, as much as it was the leading union at the time and has played a leading role in highlighting all the issues that emanate from the Marikana Massacre, but why should South Africa continue with this story up to this point?
Thank you, Tom. Thank you. Indeed, I think the President provoked our thinking that we cannot stay with remembering. You can see my shirt today. Remember Marikana. It's important for us to remember the commemoration. But as he elaborated in his speech, comrades, colleagues, it's not just about remembering. Remembrance is hollow when it doesn't lead to change. So the remembering must jog our minds that we start thinking about what went wrong. Why did it happen? And how can we stop it from happening? And the President told us, Tom, he told us in no uncertain terms that the problems we sat with was a hollow democracy, a hollow transition of power. A transition of power which, me as a white man sitting here, can say focused on the color of skin, but not on the issue of class. The President spoke about that it was a massacre of class. He highlighted the fact that the media, the popular commentators, all of them ridiculed you mine workers for thinking you can earn 12,500 rand. They said, why can't teachers earn that much? Why do you want to earn as much as a teacher? Who do you think you are? And that is actually the real narrative. The real narrative is, in 1994, did we really change God in terms of class, or did we merely change the race of the people who sit in Parliament? And what it proved, 2012 proved to us, that race is not a guarantee of a class struggle being fought and being gained. And I think that is a very critical point, Tim, that we need to debate. The President showed it to us. It requires much more debate. It requires a reset of our country. It requires a reset of our minds, that we become class conscious, that we become a working class that builds our future together. Thank you.
Tate Putuma Manyati, I mean, the questions that have been raised here cannot be addressed by AMCU alone, I would like to believe. And we have a system in South Africa, it's hailed as the best constitution, the best democracy in the world. Again, there would be people who would argue and say, why do you need a memorial lecture and why do you need a commemoration to start addressing these things? Why don't we just do it as per the existing system? What is AMCU's perspective on that? That can AMCU really play a leading role by itself, or is it prepared to cooperate, collaborate with others?
No, thanks, Chair. I think let me come to the discussion through the angle of saying no one will defend a status quo if you don't benefit from it. There's absolutely no way. There must be something that you benefit from that status quo. And I want to build from what the President said about the intelligence of the RDOs, those mine workers. They were not only hard-working people, but they were very intelligent. For them to identify their role and contribution in the value chain is really fascinating for me. I don't think some of the learned people will ever even thought about that. But for them, they find it very strange that nobody talks about them in the value chain and their contribution so that they can be fairly be compensated. Then coming to your question of can we do it alone? No. It's all about getting people understand what the issues are that affect mine workers directly and affect each and every South African indirectly. Yes, some issues affect us directly, but I can tell you now, what mine workers observed in 2012, it was not only what affects them, because after that, there's been a call by almost all sectors of the committee for the very same 12,500. And that is an indication that it needed somebody to be brave enough and say it. Strangely, it was the less educated. And for me, it says education doesn't define who you are. And your level of your status at work, as per your grading, has nothing to do with your contribution towards that is aimed to be achieved. But if we work together as a collective, luckily AMCO over the years has sustained the commemoration. Even the next generation to come will understand what are we fighting for the bigger picture. It's not for ourselves. Some of us are already nearing retirement, and some of those workers that were there, they've already retired. But we are keeping the struggle for the benefit of the country. Don't talk about in fact, the Constitution. The president called it the Devil's Bible. That's the worst written book ever I've come across. In fact, if you follow the Constitution, there's no way you can be a progressive person because it's so badly written in a manner that we don't benefit anything from it. So that's why when there's a call for the change of the Constitution, those who benefit from the Constitution, they rather kill you, literally kill you, so that the Constitution stays because it benefits them and it's good for them. At least now we know we have identified the enemies that protect the Constitution. Amandla!
Dr. Bloy, there's the idea or the theme that's coming into the conversation, and that is the role played by the workers in keeping the South African economic system going, but their rights not being recognized accordingly. We may have the laws and so on, but let's go back to the immediate benefit, the material benefit, 12,500 that we spoke about. One would have thought that post-Marikana, issues about compensation for workers should not be an issue anymore in South Africa. And we can even confine ourselves to just mining alone. What is your sense of fairness in compensation within the mining sector? Have we moved substantially or not over that period of time, this period of time up to now?
Yes, I think it would have to be probed within the confines of history. Number one, we are talking about the death of black people who actually are not human beings in the context of this modern created society. Using the biblical, for the self-imposed created masters under the dictums of the idea that they are appointed by God so that the rest can become the children of harm who sustains them. So in a way, the issue of the wage systems and the questions of class under the dictums of not just capitalism but racial capitalism shows the continuities, in the discontinuities. What do I mean by that? The end of white political administration of apartheid ushered in the neo-apartheid phase, in which the black leadership that entered is black in color, but the GPS in the head, it is still white to sustain the system. So what is then happening is that black people who are seen as the dagger boys, who dig up the pearls beneath the earth crust, are used by dagger boys, by this class. So then, South Africa, when I say it's a post-colony, it is a mess. It's a front of the real state, which we should cash in. Who are the real owners of Lonmi? And where are they sitting? That will be expressed through the language I'm using, foreign to myself. Then you will have to ask the question of, what is the British Empire? Who are the Boers? What happened in the context of 1652 to date? And who are black people? Hence I make an argument that the inclusion into South Africa does not mean you are a South African. Because South Africa, it's a white empire construct.
Well, Krista, I would like to hear your comments, not now, I'll come back to you regarding this. And you said the mindset should be more focused on class consciousness than a racial consciousness thing, or the system operate focused on racial definitions. But before I come to you, I want to ask Date Namakota this question. We have a political system, right? And historically, the whole point of fighting for freedom and democracy was that the people themselves must determine their destiny. And the system exists now. You know, we vote every 5 years or so, and we leave it to the people in Cape Town and the institutions that have been put in place to advance the interests of the people. What else must be done? Why is that not happening? Practically speaking, who says those who represent the voting public in South Africa cannot or should not advance their economic interests? Why is it such a difficult thing?
Thank you so much for the question. I think as we're busy asking the question, you are reminding me of the concept that says the have and the have-nots, which has existed for a very, very long time in history. Now, the have will then try to protect the have-nots to access the top. Now, what becomes a problem, and I think it's a question of what Mr. Mulu has indicated, that when you ascend to that stage, now you start thinking the same way as the haves, and then you start wanting to protect what you have because you actually wished to have that. Now you forget where you come from, and I think that's what most of our political situation has come to. Majority of people have enriched themselves through political channels in order for them to live, let me say, in terms of assumption, to live according to what they've actually wished for, that they've seen from the white elite. Now, that's a big challenge in our state because it's difficult, as they've said, for a person to advance the struggle with interest. There are some people who have been given the responsibility to go and work economically so that they can help the society as we transform from apartheid to a democratic dispensation. However, they collected the resources for themselves. And as a result, they continue to use the state machinery. I mean, the example of the apartheid and the current government, they are synonymous because that has been done. Everywhere there's a gathering of people like demonstrators wanting to challenge a particular system or a particular narrative, then it's seen as a threat. Those are the stand of apartheid. I mean, we know the 1976 massacre, Sharpeville. It happened because of the gathering of people. People were prohibited to gather and to challenge a particular system. Now, these things still happening in our current dispensation. Now, the question we need to ask ourselves is, are we living to advance individual interest in the political struggle before we can look at the interests of the collective majority? And that's what is killing our country. That's why we are unable to progress. Mr. Mpofier spoke about the commissions that keep coming and going, keep coming and going. But those commissions are there to be able to put us in a corner to say, hey, at least something is happening. At least we know about this. But then after that, they disappear. And then we wait for another one. Now the question is, what are we doing as a society? And in my own silly thoughts, as I'm busy interacting with these developments, and I've asked myself a question to say, what did it take for colonial masters to regain access to the land that ourselves were afraid to go through that direction? So I've been asking myself a question, what will it take for us to go to that level? We were massaged into a democracy to understand that political power is emancipation. But all of us were struggling for material resources. If we don't have access to that, then politically we are not going anywhere. Unfortunately, we have deployed people in offices who only think about their personal interest and don't care about the interest of all of us. Thank you.
I'd like to hear from you, Mayor Nokuthula Matonsi. We can start first with the remarks made by Dr. Dalimpofu earlier on, that there's not been any substantial accountability, and the way he explains it is that it should apply to whoever was complicit in what happened on the day. And then I would like you to make comments to that are there any remedies at this point to correct the situation that he described? And then I'll go back to our system to say, are there shortcomings in the system that you think undermine the advancement of the interests of people, especially when it comes to justice?
Thank you so much, Chair. I would start by commenting firstly. I think the submissions that are made by Advocate Dalimpofu, they are quite important in their nature because it seeks to speak of the selectiveness of the entire process. Because if you are not going to hold accountable the people that pulled the trigger, then it means you are being selective. And according to them, they then want to push back and then want to blame the people that were protesting for an economical advancement as to be the ones that perpetrated and committed the crime, which is such a crazy concept, if I may put it that way. So now there were 2 people that had guns there out of the 34 people. So in that instant, you have numerous hundreds and hundreds of police officers. They cannot have all been scared of 2 guns. They cannot have all been scared, even upon the members of the protesters, even when they surrendered, the same police officers still shot them. Now, coming back to bringing justice, coming back to hold accountable the very same people that has committed the crime. There is really a huge gap in terms of how the NPA is prosecuting its crimes, its criminal acts rather. And I would say that because most of the time they are politically influenced. There are people from the outside who calls the shot on how the state should do its work. And I feel that it's quite unjust because it then hinders the injustice or the justice process to actually take its course. Because if a person that is in the SAPS or is head of the SAPS, you are able to call them and say, do X, Y, Z, and they do that. And then who then are you going to go back and report to if the same people that are meant to hold things down are the same people that are corrupt? So I don't think that at this point, there is any remedy that is available. It's been 14 years today. It's going to be 14 years on Sunday. So it's quite unjust because I don't see the state holding itself accountable. I don't see the police officers that had committed the crime coming forth to say, I am sorry, I have done X, Y, Z. And I don't see any member of the state or the people that were in charge at the time coming out and say, I'm the one who called the shot. I'm the one who said this must be deployed. The soldiers must be deployed. The police officers can shoot to kill. No one at this time and point would want to take accountability. And for doing so, and for that, I don't see us having any form of remedy to that which has happened. So moving to the last question you mentioned, the shortcomings. There is the greater shortcomings, and one of them are the ones that I've already stated. The political influence into departments, into government, and greatly into the police. You can also see it with how the Madlanga is playing out. It shows you how much political influence we have actually in states and member states in South Africa. And it's quite unjust because by so doing, you are taking away the rights of our people, you are taking away the dignity of our people, and you are saying that you are much more greater than the people of South Africa. And it's quite unjust to actually experience in this lifetime. Thank you.
Thanks very much, member. But then the question becomes, if that's the case, that the institutions and whatever remedies that could be pursued are no longer available or are not being pursued any further, why bother ourselves about this matter? We've got new problems to resolve. We've got new issues to attend to, Tatempofu. Well, is there still an opportunity 14 years later to do anything about it?
Yes. No, thank you. Thank you very much, Pratim. I think that's very, very important. One of the things that we really have to commend AMCU for is keeping the memory alive. Because, you know, the battle against forgetting is a big one. There's a saying that says, if you don't know where you come from, you won't know where you're going. And if it wasn't for the efforts of AMCU by now, it would be a distant memory that, oh, you know, some people were killed. We can't even remember what year it was or how many they were, what was it about, and so on. So it's very important to do that. And one of the things that has been said here by President Matunja is to compare the Marikana Massacre with the Sharpeville Massacre. And that speaks to what the panelists here have been saying about changing hands. The difference between the Sharpeville Massacre and this massacre is that this massacre was perpetrated by the people who were supposed to be our liberators. The Sharpeville Massacre was expected. But it brings the questions of Fanon and other African thinkers who have said that it doesn't help to just change the color of the master. You must change the system itself. The second issue is about the Constitution. The Constitution, you know, the most important word that President Matunjo mentioned here was the word reset. That's what we need in South Africa. We need to reset the entire system because it's clear that 1994 didn't do the trick. So, you know, what's the point of carrying on doing the wrong thing and expecting different results? So we need to go back and say, what mistakes did we make in 1994? And how can we have a different constitution, if we need a constitution at all? A constitution that will be sensitive to the plight of the poorest of the poor and the people the most downtrodden. Because what's the point of having freedom, so-called freedom, if it doesn't answer to the most downtrodden? Talking about legal remedies and the limitations, the point is exactly that. If you ask our mama bahleli apha, it doesn't matter even if you can get money. Money is not going to bring back their husbands. And the children who are growing up without their fathers, no amount of money can compensate for that. So the problem, yes, we want compensation, yes, we want money, yes, we want education for the children and so on. But the problem itself is not going to be resolved by those things. It's much deeper than that. And the issue of the commissions, which is my last point, is like this. Think about it like this. The commissions are tools that are used by government to make us to forget. So if there's a big thing that happens now and everyone is angry, they'll say, oh, we're going to have a commission. The commission will go on for 2-3 years. By the time it finishes, we've even forgotten there are many other things that have happened. That's what it's about. You know, like now people, the commission that is in fashion is madlanga, ngithi? All very well, nice, we find out about what happened, and this one stole this, and this one stole this. But think about it. If the Madlanga Commission, how many departments do we have in South Africa? Maybe 30. How many provincial governments? 9. Each one of them has departments, and then you have municipalities. That's probably about 200 entities. If we had a Madlanga for each one of them, imagine the kinds of things we'd be hearing. And if we did that, it would take us 100 years before we find out what is actually happening, let alone to resolve it. So there's no solution that's going to be brought by commissions. The solution is going to be brought by the most oppressed people uniting against the system and fighting it like the Marikana workers did.
But before I move on, just briefly, I mean, of immediate effect, right? With some immediacy, if you were to recommend a resolution of the question of accountability in the Marikana Massacre situation, what is available that should be done that's not being done now?
Well, I think, again, it would take united action. We should go, and I think we tried this once with AMCO, we should go and demand at the highest levels of power, the union buildings or wherever it is, and say we're going to be here for the next month until you resolve the actual problems of class that were mentioned here. You know, this so-called constitution doesn't mention class. You won't find a word like that in the constitution. You won't even find the word apartheid in the constitution. But that's what the constitution is supposed to be solving. But it doesn't mention. How can you say, if I'm going to solve your headache, but I give you tablets that don't mention headache at all? How is that going to resolve the problem? Yeah. So what we need, Pratim, is to deal with the fundamental issue that caused this massacre. In the commission, we gave them there were 3 things that caused the massacre. 3 what we called important milestones. The first one was at the practical level. On the 9th, I think, or 10th of August, the workers marched to the NUM offices. to say that the NUM has failed them and all that. When they were coming back, 2 workers were shot. And at that time, the workers were meeting near the stadium there. Then they decided, no, because we're in the premises of the mine, let's go to the copy because it doesn't belong to Lonmin. And that's how the people ended up in those copies in the first place. That's the first thing. The second thing was on the 13th of August, 200 workers were walking from they were on the railway line from Career Shaft. And they were stopped. Mambush was one of them. They were stopped by a group of policemen led by a guy called Mpembe. The Mpembe said to those workers, about 200, we need your weapons to put them down. The workers said, okay, we agree to take the work, but we will do that when we get to the copy. There was an agreement with the workers and the police that they were going to escort them to the copy where the rest of the workers were. As they were walking, somebody threw tear gas, the police threw tear gas, and there was chaos there, and 5 people died. 3 workers, 2 policemen. People talk about the policemen were killed, what about them, and so on. But those people are the ones who provoked that violence. And from that time, the attitudes hardened. The third issue is what I spoke about earlier, where the mine bosses, including the shareholders, directly called for the police. The lawyers, there are lawyers here. As lawyers, we talk about intention. Murder is intention. Now, tell me, if you say, let's order mortuary vans, what is your intention? It is to kill. So why are we not acting against those people who did that? So it's accountability, Pratim, at a broader level, both at the level, as I say, of the what we call the foot soldiers, but the system itself has to answer because it is the system that has created a situation where the working class must work and sweat and toil for the benefit of the upper classes. And that is what those workers were protesting about. They were saying, we can't be digging this thing and dying here and so on for you to be riding up and down in London. You know, people don't even know that Lonmin, the word Lonmin, stands for London Mine. So the owners of this thing were sitting and having whiskey somewhere in London while the workers were suffering here. And that's what the workers were saying, no more. We want a minimum of 12,500. And that's what they were killed for. Thank you.
Well, there are a variety of issues that we're trying to probe here. And some are, we can isolate them as we've just done. But there's also the bigger question, which Christa Janse van Rensburg, I think we should revisit. Earlier you said we need to develop a mindset, a way of thinking about our problems in South Africa instead of approaching them only in a racial sense, but be aware of, in other words, develop a class consciousness. Where and how would one go about doing that if the way we define our society in South Africa continuously up to this moment is along racial lines anyway?
No, fair point, Tim. Fair point. As the president highlighted in his speech, the issue is power, political power and economic power, and monopoly. Let's call the term white monopoly capital. Who is white monopoly capital? Who does white monopoly capital govern the country? Are the current people in parliament puppets of white monopoly capital? Those are the questions we must ask. Was white monopoly capital in power pre-94? That's also a very important question. Another question is, is the new South Africa more socialist or more capitalist than pre-94? Let's forget about, I'm talking class now, class issues, the haves and the have-nots. Marx, Karl Marx theory. So I dare to say that capitalism has become stronger after 94. And the way that it's happened is through co-option. The white monopoly capital, you know what I mean by that, successfully co-opted up to the highest office of the people with political power. So, greater than ever before, I would almost say greater than pre the Rand Rebellion of 1922, capital was in charge of this country. If capital was not in charge, I promise you, the massacre would not have happened. The massacre happened because capital could crack the whip and tell that person sitting on the board who called for concomitant action to say, hey, Boetie, come, it's time. Protect our assets. Do whatever you need, we'll give you everything. And everything was given. State apparatus was given to protect private interests. That in itself is a massive issue. We saw it again, comrades, at Gold One. I don't know if we have members from Gold One here in Johannesburg, that mine in Springs. Some of you in the public will remember. There was a sit-in there. The same thing happened. We had Nyalas, 20, 30 of them, DP, do you remember? We had snipers, I'm not lying to you, snipers there with live ammunition for a labor relations dispute. It was an organizational rights dispute. That proves to you that our country has been co-opted through moolah, money. So money was able to buy class. So we created a new class, a black empowered class, but also a co-opted class. The only way for us to address it, comrades, going forward, remember, apartheid was beaten. It's over. The revolution, that revolution part politically, let's agree, everybody can vote. Yes, there are remnants. They need to be addressed. Your question to me in one sentence. How do we fix the remnants of apartheid being unemployment, inequality, and poverty? Do we fix it through slogans? No. We fix it through resetting, Comrade Dali, as you said, resetting our country and creating economic growth and prosperity for all.
Thanks very much, Krista. I'm coming to you, Tate Putuma Manyati, and I'm listening to Krista saying what he's saying, but I know the news, I follow events in the country, I follow opinion pieces and all sorts of things, debates that go on. The main topic, to my mind, it appears, for politicians in South Africa is BEE. That is where the economic situation of South Africa is defined. And my understanding on the basis of how it's pushed, and we even have policies and laws in that direction, is that that is what will address poverty, inequality, and growth. And that's about it. How do you change that when the main focus and driver of economic change in the country is BEE? And many people say, yeah, but why don't you want us to sit at the table? We also want to become wealthy people, the capital class. It cannot be for white people only. You don't want blacks to own assets and to generate wealth. What's your response?
Yeah, I think that's where the problem is. Because honestly, this black economic empowerment shouldn't be there in the first place. How can someone come with a suitcase, sometimes with absolutely nothing, and you give him a place to sleep, then the following days he empowers you. It defies the logic. Why are we being empowered in our own land, with our own resources? We have never been anywhere, we were born here. Because that is where the problem is. Once you say there's black economic empowerment, you silently saying somebody has power somewhere to empower blacks, which shouldn't be the case. And why we don't have white economic empowerment? Why? Who come? So, in fact, the truth must be told that if there's any form of empowerment, it is us who should be empowering anyone we like. This is our land, and these are our minerals. So we don't want a situation where somebody comes and create a situation that is exclusive in its nature. Because you can see it's only few individuals, they're highly connected, that somehow get empowered without having worked anywhere else. How do you become a billionaire when you have never worked anywhere? Explain to me how. But that is not being investigated. And that is not being investigated, and that is a problem. I think as long as you see, Tim, if we hate a cow, don't eat its milk. Let's just agree on that one. I hate BEE, and I will never associate myself with it, because I know that anyone who design it is designed in such a way that the outcome will favor him or her. That's the problem. Let's throw this thing out of the window. Let's all agree that there are people that were put by God here, us ourselves, black like me. Then there were those that arrived and our grandfathers empowered them. I know my grandfather used to own a piece of land. He felt sorry for somebody who was walking without a place to sleep and accommodated him. Today he wants to empower me when I want the land. It cannot be. He must just bring the land back. I will decide whether to give him a chicken or a goat. That's all I can do for him. So as long as we allow, you know what, don't agree to a process and later on you dispute its results. If you agree to a process that this BEE is a good thing, then you must accept the consequences of it. And I'm not accepting it because of my grandfather had a farm here, we had everything. Somebody comes, when I want that piece of land, says, Putuma, you can get a portion of it. He said, how can your portion be bigger than my portion when you arrive here and I helped you? Amandla.
All right. Well, you want to comment?
Yes, no, I just wanted to add to that, but I think Comrade Manyati has said it all. BEE is the biggest scam ever designed. There's no such thing as BEE. It's just a scam to make sure that the oppressed people remain there. You see, it goes back to this question of class. Us sitting here, all of us, were in the middle class. We are part of the problem ourselves here. Because the middle class has been built by the system to be a buffer, a bridge between the working class and the real ruling class. So that we must protect the bosses.
But let me interrupt you a little bit.
Yes.
You've got friends in parliament.
Yeah.
You've got friends.
More than friends.
Yeah, and you've got politicians and so on. Frankly, for an average South African, particularly a black person, we think they are in charge. Those are the people who are running the system.
They're not.
No, on a serious note.
No, it's true. Yeah. Many people, that is the whole point of the system. It was the time for the colonialists and the apartheid masters, because of the pressure that was coming internationally and internally. So there came a time where they said, okay, we can't sustain this thing anymore now. We're not going to call you kafir, we're not going to, well, that also applies to us. The other people are still called that every day as we speak now. Yeah. But we're now going to soften the blow. This massacre would not have happened if there was no BEE. It was the BEE partners who were running around the whole country, meeting the minister, meeting this one, meeting that one, and saying something must be done. Why? Not for them. They only had maybe 10% of the thing. The real people were sitting in London. There's a conversation which Falam ignored that happened on the night of the 15th between, what was that guy's name, Comrade Matuncho? I think Philip Mukwena. Was it Bernard? Bernard Mukwena. That guy was a beneficiary of, he was a manager. He thought he had a big thing, all right? He was talking to the commissioner of police of the Northwest. What was her name? Bombo, yeah. If you listen, that thing is transcribed, Pratim, I can give you a copy. Listen to that conversation. And it says everything about the massacre. Here was a black middle class person who's a Mukwena, and a policeman who's also been empowered to be a police commissioner. And they're having a discussion, and I'll summarize it for you. The one says, hey, what are we going to do? The other one says, you know, the big people are saying this thing must end tomorrow. That is on the 16th. So tomorrow is D-Day. Those are the words that, so that, you know, the one guy from Lodmin says, yes, how many, do you want us to give you more space? And so on. So they were collaborating. This one says, no, Mr. Ramaphosa called the minister, and the minister called the commissioner called me to say this thing must end tomorrow, and so on and so on. And they were having that discussion on the 15th. The following day, D-Day happened. So the people who were plotting this thing were not white people. They were two black people who have been elevated into positions where their job is to protect white interest. And that's why BE is the biggest scam. And that's why the revolution is not going to be led by us or by lawyers or doctors and so on. It's the people who feel the pain at the bottom who are going to say enough is enough, like they did in 1994. And they must do anything, I mean anything, to end it.
All right, I think at this point of our engagement, we should open the conversation to members of the audience. If you have a question or just a brief opinion, let's bring the microphone to you and keep it short, please. We've got about 30 minutes or so to engage.
Thank you very much. Sure. My name is Levangali Mengi. I am a student here at UNISA under the Department of Political Science. Firstly, my response for Ms. Matunzi was the reason why they don't show or they don't account themselves to the police is because they don't have the remorse. And my question is directly to the Deputy President of AMCO, is that in order to change the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, will AMCO team up or collaborate with the other political parties that are there in Parliament in order to give them the majority that is required in changing or amending the Constitution of the Republic so that it can bind us as the people of this Republic? The reason why I'm asking this question is that we should move from dialogue to action. I thank you very much.
All right, I'll be moving block by block, and you can comment or ask your questions in any of our languages, right? Feel free to do that.
Thank you very much. I'm Tolile Tangala. I'm a mine employee from Marikana. My question comes to you, SC. It's on the issue of prosecuting, because we know our fellow comrades are still attending course today. I heard that you are saying it's a shortcoming by the Falam Commission. You mentioned something very important, and intent. There were intentions to kill them, firstly. Secondly, people were killed. That means a right to live was violated there. So my question, is that a shortcoming of a commission of Falam not to prosecute, or they are serving their masters? We need to know about that. Thank you.
We have noted that question, and you will respond. Okay, let's hear from you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Marikana Massacre, and now my question, I will be posing it to my fellow colleagues. It's unfortunate. It has been more than 14 years since we formally requested that the government designated 16th of August as an official public holiday to honor our fallen comrades. Despite the deep socio-historical significance of the date, institutional progress has stalled and our appeal continues to be overlooked. So my question to us colleagues, how about now? We actually, because we understand that we are the one who contributed a lot to this capitalist. So this day, whether it's on Sunday, then we actually move it to on Monday and make our own shutdown. And I know that the answer, we're gonna have it. Thank you.
I think you can respond in the meantime. Let's see if we can get a question or comment from this side. I'd like to give I can't see you.
I'm here.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you are here in front.
No, this is Mudiba, and I'm an investigative journalist. My first question, I'll direct it to Advocate Dalimpofu, because at some point he was a member of the ANC. Robert Sobukwe told us about the ANC way before. Those who were radical were killed and they left the ANC long ago. So don't you think that it's our problem as black people in '94 that we chose a party that said South Africa belongs to all who live in it, instead of a party like PAC, for example, which has always been radical? And the second question is that maybe we should ask ourselves, and maybe I'm happy Professor Snukwane is here, maybe as UNISA, there are scholars here, I think black people, we need to undergo psychological evaluation, because I don't think we love each other. And I'm saying this because, Advocate, during Fees Must Fall, it was black police people fighting us to say, don't enter here. Black police officers, until we said, hey, Constable, we're also fighting for you when I'm here. Until they started taking us serious. And then it also comes to the issue of class. Today, there's when Advocate Dalimpofu does something in government, it's black SCs who say, why is he being paid this much? It's not white lawyers. It's the same class as him, his own black brothers who are saying, why is Dali paid this much? Now, SAFA, there's a conversation, why must Pito be paid less than Hugo Bros? It's black coaches who are saying, why is this one being paid? So I think black people, we must, psychologically, there's something wrong with us. It has nothing to do with class. We don't love each other. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You'll also respond. All right. Well, I think let me start with the first question about the prosecutions. Yes, indeed, it is a shortcoming of the Falam Commission, as I've explained, that those things, it doesn't matter whether it was Falam or this one or that one. Those things are in their own right limited, and they're not even intended to do anything. I don't know that many people know that a commission of inquiry is the same as an advisor or a DG in the president's office. So its job is just to advise the president. So whether it's Zondo, Madlanga, or Falam, the president can take that thing, read it, and put it in the dustbin. Just like that. As he has done now with even those positive recommendations that might have come from Zondo or Falam or whatever. So its job is just to advise. It's nothing. It's just a glorified advisory body. But the most fundamental issue is what you spoke about. It's also a shortcoming of the Constitution itself. Because think about it. You mentioned the right to life. Right to life is the most important right in the Constitution, followed by the right to dignity. So if the right to life, if our lives are equal, then why is it that those people who called for death in Marikana and took lives are still walking around the street? Why is it? The Constitution says there's a right to life. That means I can take a gun here and kill all of you here. And then I cannot be killed because the right to life must be preserved. That's what the Constitution says. So if you think that's fine, then fine, you can line up, I'll take my gun. Because I know I'm just going to go to jail and sit for 25 years. That's fine to preserve the right to life, my right to life as the one who was shooting you. But what about the life of the people, of the victims? And if the right to life is so important, why is the right to life of Mambush and all those comrades who died there not so important? So the Constitution is another scam, if you like. You can quote me. And if they want to take my lawyer's license, they can take it for that. It's a scam to make sure that we continue with the apartheid system, but now with a book that is called the Constitution. Thank you. Mudibe, well, I don't want to sound political here, but I'm sure you've heard some of my interviews where I've said that the ANC in particular is clearly being used as an instrument to carry out, to perpetuate our oppression. There's no doubt about that. That is why do you think white people or the big business people would spend 1 billion rand to ensure that so-and-so is the president of the ANC? 1 billion rand, that's a lot of money. You can imagine how much are the returns. If you invest 1 billion, how much are you going to get? So that organization, I've said it here, the only thing standing between black people and their freedom right now is something called the ANC. So we can debate all these other things, but the first thing we must do is to remove the ANC. Then we can, just as we did with apartheid. We didn't say when we were fighting apartheid, okay, we're going to have so many departments or so many provinces and what. We discussed those things afterwards. At that time, we said, let's remove the apartheid regime, and we removed it. Then we face other issues. So the job of anybody who's oppressed or anyone who loves this country right now is one, take the ANC out of power because they've failed. The last point you've mentioned is Robert Sobukwe. Those are the people, and Steve Biko. You mentioned Steve Biko indirectly when you talk about the psychological oppression. Steve Biko said exactly that we are damaged, and we are damaged people. We're sick, literally. You are right. And we cannot be sick. You can't be oppressed for almost 400 years, and then you are fine. So we need to deal with that as well. The self-hate is not just self-hate. It's self-hate because you've been taught that anything black is inferior anything black is negative, is dumb, is stupid, and so on, for over centuries and centuries. So we first need to have what Steve Biko called psychological liberation before we can even talk about all these things about land and all that. So we're really, because how can we rejoice when another person, what happened to our Ubuntu and all the values that we had? Now we can walk past a child who's suffering or dying. Why? Because I must be the first one to get, a salary or a wages or whatever it is. So we've been dehumanized, and that's what Datemle was talking about decolonization and decolonizing the mind more than anything else. So we have to fight those battles alongside taking the economy. But everything starts with the land. Until we get our land back, we will never be able to resolve any of these things we are talking about. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just on my end.
All right, go ahead.
There was a question posed to my end. Let me just build from what the SC has said. We all agree that we must remove the ANC, right? Then we must all agree that we replace it with the Labour Party of South Africa. We mustn't live here confused about what are we replacing it with. It must be very clear. This is the mandate of the workers, and I'm answering your question, sir, that the workers in 2023, they call a special Congress and they took a resolution which says, we are, as AMCO, we are a trade union. There are limitations, we cannot change some of the things in Parliament. For us to change those things in Parliament, we must be there ourselves. And when you go there, we know who to remove. Was the ANC must be removed so that the Labour Party gets in there. Because the Constitution, the Mine Health and Safety Act and the Labour Relation Act are not worker friendly. And they are bordering of being racist. They are not black friendly, I can tell you now. And as long as they are there, as long as the Constitution is as it is, there will be no changes. In terms of collaboration, we are willing to work with whoever wants to work with us. The Labour Party of South Africa has made several submissions about what needs to be changed. We can share that with you. It's here. However, those that are in Parliament, remember, as I said, there are those that defend the status quo. And a zebra cannot lose its stripes. It cannot lose its stripes because it will become a donkey, and no zebra wants to be a donkey. So the easy way is that we remove them. We have now the Labour Party who's championing the rights of workers and the rights of those communities that are struggling. Currently, everybody there is happy because they benefit from our suffering. So they more like, you know what, while families cry, the witch is happy and is worried that the graveyard is not growing the way he wanted it to be. I promise you. So I'm saying to you, we are collaborating, but we are collaborating with forces that think like us. We have been patient enough, we have given them enough 14 years, and they are not willing to change. Because some people don't hear through their ears. There are those that hear through what you do to them. The president has said we must again call for a Section 77. Are you willing as students here to come and join us in the march instead of standing at the corridors? If you are willing to join with us, we are more than willing to fight for what will be beneficial to all of us, including the curriculum that you are going through and benefits you nothing. I promise you, I'm an academic myself. There's nothing I've learned from universities, with due respect.
But I've learned a lot from workers themselves. They taught me to be humble, and they taught me to say, this is the road that will change our struggle.
Well, I want to move the conversation a little bit. I'm coming to you in a moment. And Dade Manyat, you want to go to Parliament. What if Parliament does something to you before you do anything to it? Because when you get the, the whole perks that you get,
No. Remember, we must fund our own revolution. If you fund your own revolution, you owe nobody any apology. You do as you wish. And that has been the stance that has been taken by the Labour Party, which is the child of AMCO, to say, workers, fund your own revolution so that nobody chained you, put you on the ledge and say, do this, do that, and give you a script of what you need to do. So the funding, we've raised it already with the IEC. Who is funding these people and what is the interest? SC has already mentioned that you can't put R1 billion and don't expect returns. So that is where the problem is. But unfortunately, or fortunately, we know what has corrupted them. So we cannot fall in the same trap. We are not going to allow anyone to fund us and will fight for our own cause. But believe you me, the ANC must be out of that parliament, the country will be fine.
All right, I think we can move the conversation now, gentlemen. Let's talk about, and you, the reset. The word reset was used a lot. Where do we start? You can comment in response to some of the earlier comments that were made, but I'm already advancing this idea or the question here, the reset. One idea reset, to my mind, sounds like establishment of a party going to parliament. Somebody might say, change the voting system, etc., etc. Yeah, change the constitution for that matter, because otherwise you'll have to operate within the same rules of engagement and all of the things that go with it. But comment on anything, including making comments about the reset.
I think the mind is the problem. I kept on using two concepts, the physical and the metaphysical. What manifests in the physical, it's a byproduct of what emanated from what is not visible. From 1948 to 1953, it took apartheid government to create Bantu education. Why? Education. When Carter Goodwin Woodson wrote The Miseducation of the Negroes, he said, if you have taught a black man to create the back door, where he does not find any, he will create one because of what his education has taught him. So I'm saying that the project of decolonizing the mind as advanced by Chinwezu and Ngugi wa Thiong'o, and also as advanced by Biko, it is about the focus on the mind itself. When you have trained children how to think, they become creative. We focus on the physical effects of apartheid, but we did not focus on a human being as a soul. That the project of dismemberment of Berlin broke the body of African people and produced 54 nation states. I speak in English because I'm in a space that was occupied by the British. Mozambique, Angola, they look like me, they speak in Portuguese. Then you have Francophone Africa. So the European madness has descended upon us. And here is the fundamental problem as I sit down. These three hills, UNISA, the Voortrekker Monument, and it's what is this? The Freedom Park, yes. When you remove the old flag, but the monuments are standing, monuments represents eternal existence of those on whose behalf they were created. How can, in Paul Kruger Square, the statue of Paul Kruger is standing at the same height with the flag of New South Africa? Can the old and the new coexist at the same time? So I'm therefore saying that when you throw down the old flag, why is the monument standing? It is standing for what? So I'm saying our crisis is metaphysical. When you look at black people, they walk looking down because so the mind has to be unchained from colonial brutality.
Thank you so much. You spoke about reset. That's a very difficult word. You found it here, eh? President, that is a very difficult word. Because now, if you remember the pedagogy of the oppressed, right? How the colonial master came in. They came through education and they taught us what we now know. So how do we reset if we don't desocialize our thinking and our knowledge? We need to relearn these things. And for us to relearn, we need to create a new university of thinking through indigenous knowledge systems. Those knowledges that we are now bragging about, we have been certified that we know, were created in a false pretense for us to be channeled and to think in a particular way in society. That's why university now must reposition themselves to assist the African agenda in reclaiming its own knowledge systems. And this is where we come in. This is where you come in. And I'm talking about engaged scholarship. That's a prospective direction of resetting. How do we then tap into communities that they can teach us what we don't know? That we can actually channel that teaching into the new generation to come, so that we can be able to enhance the thinking and disband or dismantle the already fed thinking by the colonial masters. You can't change the state or you can't change the system if you think and you are taught the same way the system wanted you to be. It's impossible. If the system says to you, for you to get things, you must sit in the boardroom. That's what the system says. But when you go to the boardroom, nobody pitches. That's what happened in non-mean. So we need to relearn what the system has taught us. So we need to put this into action. That's a reset. How do we then collaborate with communities? How do we then create research that is impactful to the societies, that can address the challenges that we are facing now, without reminiscing about what Jan van Riebeeck has taught us when they claimed our land? Because as long as we still have that thinking, we are still living in a society that was created by colonial masters. And for us to dismantle it, we need to start with trusting our knowledge systems. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'm just going to take from what the President mentioned earlier. The President said that the academics, they refused to confront the Marikana Massacre. So if we are to reset, we need to be, we rather need to have institutions that would be able to face on that which had happened and ask questions as to why did what happened, and who benefited from that which had happened. and how can we learn from that which had happened, and how can we better the society from that which had happened. So if we do not have institutions that will be able to embrace and research, and through the same research create policies that are going to be able to shape and inform labor relations, labor policies, and how we as a people need to move forward, then we won't be able to achieve the research that we need. Because I believe that, and it is a fact, that universities are producers of knowledge. So if we as universities and academics are not in a space where we can ask questions and be able to investigate that which had happened and be able to teach the next generation of that which had happened. I mean, we could be even seated in a hall called Marikana. Institutions, we have 26 universities in this country. We should be able to embrace them and keep them in our memories, and also ensure that even in parliament, Marikana does not leave the minds of MPs, so that we know that the same, as the more it echoes in their minds, the more they will know that the South African people are not going to back out. They are not going to back off. So if we are going to lose ourselves in the process, if we are going to allow fear to dictate how we move forward, then we won't be able to achieve anything as Black South Africans. I want to believe also that the tool that is being used, I've been a student leader, and through the same student leadership, what we have been taught is fear. That if you are going to go and close the gate down there at Khorong, you are going to be arrested at some point. So that's a fear that they will instill on you, to not fight for that which you deserve, to not fight for that which you want, to not fight for that which is embedded in the constitution that they claim is democracy. So I want to believe that the reset should also speak on academics entering into this space, the academics not running away from investigating what truly happened and inspire and shape the policies. And lastly, I've taken my point. I wanted to speak on the electoral system. I think we have such an absurd way as South Africans, especially with the electoral policy. I want to speak on the fact that there's no limitations on the number of parties that can be opened. Every single month, if in Siswati we call them amahlubuka. If someone is going to come from a particular party and form another party, we've seen it with how the members of the ANC has come out and opened different kinds of parties. For how long has there going to be new political parties? And still the political parties, they do not speak what the majorities want. They speak on what they know they can benefit from the system, or rather being in parliament. So you cannot vote for people that are not going to represent you being in parliament. You are a labor force, you are workers, and you want people that will speak your language. You want people that will voice out that which you desire. So with that, if there should be any other party being formed in this country, it should be a party that speaks of that which AMCU is speaking on. I'm not trying to fundraise myself in any way. But yes, that would be my submission, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks very much, ma'am. Thank you. Chris, reset. How do we go about it?
Reset. Earlier today, was it yesterday, Comrade Jeff called me an IT guy. So maybe sometimes I can be an IT guy. And to reset a system, what does it mean? Those of you who are younger knows, you shut it down and you start from scratch. So I think that is what reset means. It means we must go back to the drawing board. We must look at the Constitution. We must analyze the Constitution. Comrade DP, I showed him earlier, some of you would have seen. On 23 May 2025, the Labour Party of South Africa, of which I'm also part, as part of the interim NEC, we made submissions on amendments to the Constitution. 49 pages of them. So we really engaged with them and see how we can reset that document, basically rewrite it. Those are the kinds of things we must do. The electoral system, you spoke of it, Tim. We say, as the Labour Party, as AMKU has been saying for decades, the president must be elected by the people, not by his party. Because if he's elected by his party, it's simple. He will just pay his party members enough to keep him in power. We've seen it all over. The system of, let's call it the state system, to have provinces, to have, you called them out earlier, 9 provinces. Why do we need 9 provinces? Why? It's just a waste of money. Why do we need different tiers of government, 3 tiers of government? We say, create a federal system. It's fair. It creates a system whereby you have fewer states. Comrades can imagine the United States of America. You can imagine the Bundesrepublik, the German Republic. And the beautiful thing about a federal system is you recognize the uniqueness of KwaZulu. KwaZulu can determine its own way of thinking. It can determine its own laws and regulations to some extent. Of course, there are federal laws, but the finer nitty-gritty details, for instance, the death penalty, for instance, the use of cannabis by certain sections of society, can be decided by states. That's a reset. We need that reset. The main reset that I referred to earlier is a reset whereby we can move away from the cruelty of capitalism, whereby people with money determine what happens to us. Let people who care, who have empathy, who care for other people, who believe in God, who want something good to happen in our world, let them be in control of us and let us elect them.
Dade Manyati, as you make the final comments, let me also get our band to be on standby. I would like you to play some music for a few minutes before we get to the concluding parts of the program. So the band, please be on standby, because immediately we finish here, then it's going to be your turn.
Yeah, I think on the issue of reset, the first thing, we must overcome our fears. That is the first thing. In fact, the reset must start with us. As long as you are a coward, as long as your enemy number 1 is yourself, there's nothing that you will achieve in life, whether it's sports or wherever, whether it's music. Once your knees get watery, there's nothing you can achieve. First, we must reset ourselves so that we overcome the first barrier of fear. Then it becomes easy. Now, once we switch off everything, as Comrade Krista calls it, in a computer, when we restart, there must be only 2 political parties. Not ile nkumbi mnakethi njengoyibeka ngeSiswati amahlubuka. No. There must be 2 political parties. Is the Labour Party? That's the first one. Then we can have those that are not representing the working class. You can call them whatever. They call themselves whatever, but there must be 2. Not the yellow hamors there in parliament. Because in the labor space, when you go to work, there is no company that will recognize you as a trade union if you don't meet a threshold. There are no thresholds there. Anyone who gets drunk on Friday, registers the Labour Party on Saturday, and mislead people on Sunday instead of preaching. That's where the problem is. Whereas if there's a threshold in parliament to say you must have at least 40%, then we know that there will be 2 political parties. The other one will have 40, the other one will have 41. There will be no other 40 out of 100.
But currently, it's like a mall, a shopping mall. Everyone can do whatever he likes. And that is what we need to reset. We cannot reset and allow the constitution to have do you see what you call goats? They all have beards. We don't know who's older there. They're just like that. We don't want that. We want only two political parties, a system. The constitution must be designed in such a way that there are two political parties, the Labour Party for us, and then you call the other one, whatever you call them. In other countries, they call them Democrats or the oppressors, whatever you call them, so that it becomes easy. Our strength will be in our numbers. Currently, we cannot achieve anything divided as we are. Amandla.
All right, ladies and gents, comrades, colleagues, friends, thank you very much for having given us the opportunity to listen to the opinions of the panelists here. And I think they've given us food for thought. The president of AMCU for laying the groundwork for us and giving us direction on what we should focus on. Obviously, nothing is being concluded here today except to provoke each other's thinking and hopefully for those who are better organized to start taking action to achieve the reset if it can be achieved. As an observer of our society, I'm on standby watching what is going on with keen interest, and I've got a tendency of asking questions years down the line and say, let's project yeah, reset and so on. We can always go back to fellow South Africans and say, remember that day when we were at UNISA and we were basically reset? We mustn't forget. But I appreciate a round of applause or whatever way you want to respond to them. I appreciate, thank you. Thank you very much. So we're going to have a little bit of music performance, and then thereafter I'm going to call on the final speakers to wrap up today's program. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for the lovely performances and singing on the part of Peleletso M and her band. Raleboa. We've come to more or less the end of the proceedings today. I'm going to call on Professor B.B. Sudukwane, the Executive Director Acting of the Department of Institutional Advancement here at UNISA, to give us a vote of thanks, and thereafter I'll be calling on the General Secretary of AMCU, Tate Jeffrey Mpahlele, to close the proceedings with a prayer. And after that, I'll be making a few announcements which include lunch. So that will apply to those who stay in the hall until I make the announcement. If you go outside before we make the announcement, it means you automatically disqualify yourself from the reset as well as the lunch. So if I were you, I'll just hang around until I get proper instructions, because you are there in front, reset more, and then we've already done everything in a context of reset. You thought lunch is that side, Kanti. No, it's no longer going to be that way. It's going to be in here. So wait until that time. That is Nokwane. Prof, please come forward.
Thank you, Tim Modise. Perhaps should be the first person to thank for having taken us through this journey of this specific event of today, and also to our sign language interpreters, Thuli Zikalala and Nobile Mfeni, and the president of AMCU and members of the National Executive and Regional Office bearers of AMCU, officials also from different regions and members of AMCU, to Bishop Paul Verey, widows, widowers, survivors and injured of the Marikana Massacre, members of the panel that participated, Legal Fraternity Seri, our entertainers from Abafana Bengoma, members of media, members of AMCU, UNISA community, especially colleagues from DIA. I know I saw Memo, the director responsible for communications, marketing and events, Mama Gubani, Auspina Mpathele, Mama Shatula Mnungisi, Tate Mamo Robela, Ian from social media. So there are many. I might have even omitted their names, but just to say thank you for having assisted us together with the AMCU team in organizing this successful event. I don't know, President, if you are sharing this in confidence. The President says to me, hey, we tried other universities, they were refusing. So unfortunately, because I come from church background and I'm a unionist by trade myself. So perhaps the similar attempt would have been tried, but it would have failed, even fell in deaf ears with me because of my background. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone who attended, thank you very much. And maybe I just wanted to say this in closing. As I'm expressing my gratitude to the leadership of AMCU, the program director, program participants, and beautiful audience, let me pose this question to you, and I quote this. God gave you a gift of 86,400 seconds today. Have you used one to say thank you to anyone? At least I've said that to multiple people today. Just think of anyone else everywhere, anywhere who have assisted you and just say thank you. As I thank all of you. I have asked why you chose UNISA, because there were multiple, but the president have answered that. I then remember that we are the only university of the land, a national university. People argue that others are regional, this one is named after the city or town, but we are the only one who carries this national name, therefore qualifies to be a university of the land, a national university. I will be doing justice if I do not encourage all of you here gathered to study here. There is a saying in other songs, you can ushayi ishofolo, fosholo, at the same time study. There's a fosholo on the other side. You have your pen or your laptop. If I don't know underground whether Wi-Fi is available now there. If it's not available, just take your pen and a notebook and study from there. The beauty about UNISA is that you can study anywhere. If they've done it in Robben Island, for sure you can do it underground. Even when the president says he's going to engage the NEC now, because one of my responsibilities as an executive director in institutional advancement, we've got the directorate responsible called UNISA Foundation and Alumni Relations. Our responsibility is to raise money for the university, for bursaries, student debt, and so on and so forth. So last year we raised about 112 million. So I think I will not be doing justice to the widows of Marikana and AMCU. And Mama Gubani is responsible under where she's a deputy director to have MOU signed with different stakeholders. And since we've got families of 34, Marikana 34, I don't think 2 million rand it will kill AMCU. That they just say we ring-fence this 2 million rand out of our budget for higher education studies for the children of the 34 Marikana. So Mama Gubani, please just engage the TG, he's here. Just make sure that AMCU transfer 2 million rand for those 34 families' children so that they are able to study at UNISA. I think it will be a progressive resolution coming out of this particular gathering. The other thing that is, very important is that the first time I now confess, I've ever interacted with Ulwandle, Lewatle. You know, because people assume that South Africa is surrounded somehow by this volume of water. A child born in South Africa will have gone somehow to Durban or Cape Town, or even East London. The first time I saw interacted with that water, except for rivers, because I come from the Free State, so there's a river nyana there, Val. So the first time I saw Ulwandle or Lewatle, it was in the Netherlands when I was doing my master's degree. That was my first time. Even worse, the first time to have ever went underground in mine, it was when I was an academic, went to World Mining Congress, Coal Congress in Krakow in Poland. That was the first time I went underground, while there are a lot of mines in South Africa. So I think we have to enter, Amaguban, that part of the agreement that we have is that our student must be given an opportunity in academic through the arrangement with to go and see them underground mine. You know, because that's how you relate when you write and having been underground. Even your way, perspective of writing becomes different because you are not writing about something that you've never seen. You now understand better, you know. So that's what we call contextual writing in how you do academics. The other thing that I think that we need to address, you know, maybe the reason why one was doing that was just to express that in Alan Busak once wrote, I don't know whether it is in his book, Farewell to Innocence or Black and Reformed, he argues that it is very expensive to be poor in South Africa. So that's why we'll see Ulwandle and water elsewhere, and also not being able to go underground in the country with so many mines. And then I just wanted to share this with you in closure, thanking all of you for having blessed us and for having chosen this university as your partner in commemorating the Marikana Massacre. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof, for your remarks. And now, the General Secretary of AMCU, Tate Jeff Mphahlele, please come forward and do the honors of a closing prayer.
Thank you, Tate Tim. It would be good for us to reciprocate the gesture to UNISA, and we thank you so dearly for having accommodated us. Indeed, it is true that we have tried so many other universities. They were showing us the middle finger, if there's anything like that. We just want to thank you from the bottom of our heart. Just behind this front row, we also have veterans there at the back who are coming from where this giant called AMCO was born, in Douglas in Witbank, that is south of Witbank. So we want to appreciate your presence as well, and the injured and all the people who have not been mentioned by Ntate Snukwane. It was not by purpose, it was a mistake. So thank you. Shall we all rise and pray? Our Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, the Son of the living God, we come before you. For many days and months, we've been praying for this. And we thank you, Lord, that you bless us with your gracious love. We thank you for everybody who participated in the program. As now we're going back to our respective homes and places of work, we want to thank you, Father, and be with us all the way. We thank you for your provision, your sustenance, and the ability to help us, to give us the strength to listen up to this time. We thank you for all the organizers who brought us this afternoon from the morning. We thank you for everybody in Jesus' name, amen. The meeting is closed, I believe. Now we will call somebody. Oh. Or gifts. Oh, okay, okay.
Thank you, Dade General Secretary. Jeff Mpatlele, thank you. The panelists who are with me here this afternoon, I'm inviting you to come back to the stage. And then call on the president of AMCU to do the honors. I think he will invite, as well as you, Bishop Paul Verrein, please come forward, come to the stage. Prof. Sunukwane, come to the stage. We're going to have a group photo and then there'll be a handover of gifts. Dade Mpatlele, I think you are also required here. Who's handing over the gifts? Thanks. Yeah, I thought we were going to hand over some gift. Okay, before you go, we have stuff to hand over. All right, I think you may sit down. Or am I missing something? Thank you. Right, one more time, let me thank you for attending this commemoration service and spending the day with us as we listen to the keynote speech by the president of AMCU, Ntate Matunjwa, and the discussions we had with the panelists that took their time to be with us today and reflect with us on the 14th anniversary of Marikana Massacre. Now, the critical moment has arrived. Lunchtime. I'm informed that the VIPs will be escorted to their eating hall, and those are the ones with black wristbands. You will be escorted to the eating hall, and the rest of us will receive food in exam hall 1, 2, 3, and 4. We'll have our lunch, exam hall 1, exam hall 2, exam hall 3, and 4. And there will be food and drink. I think they mean Coke, Fanta, and that type of thing. I doubt very much that they mean drinks as in, you know what I mean? There we go. And of course, the UNISA team will assist in ushering people and showing us direction to go to the different places. Enjoy the lunch, and we enjoy the live performance at the same time. Thank you very much. Thank you.